Okay, it's 6:30 on Wednesday, October 23rd. This is a regular meeting of the Norwich Selectboard. I'm Pam Smith. I'm joined here in the room by Mary Layton, the Vice Chair, Priscilla Vincent, and Marcia Calloway, and also Brennan Duffy, Town Manager. Roger has not joined us yet, but maybe he will shortly. So let's get started. The first item on the agenda is the agenda. And it looks like we will probably need to table number 5. We won't have anyone here from the Conservation Commission. Does anyone else have any other changes for the agenda?
Excuse me, would it be possible for me to go earlier? Because what I have to say is very simple.
Okay. What's the board's pleasure? Do you want to move the topic for Dr. Pinello up? I'm not, well, we have your correspondence. I'm not sure if we're dealing with the correspondence issue, or I guess that would probably be where we would.
What's it about?
The animal control ordinance number 10.
Well, I would not object to it.
Do we want to move up all correspondence or just hers?
Are we? Okay, so is this about that specific agenda item? Because usually we hear, for public comment, we hear it, just what's not on the agenda.
This is on the agenda in terms of correspondence. We have an email from Dr. Pinello.
Exactly. It also relates to the,
Number 10.
yeah.
Right, indirectly.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, are you Dr. Pinello?
I am Dr. Pinello.
Hello.
Hello.
So what's the board's pleasure? Do you want to just move up her correspondence and then we'll deal with the rest of the correspondence later?
I think that might be a good idea. Maybe during public comments.
Unless there's anybody else here to talk
Talk
about.
about that issue.
I think we would probably make it number 5 because we have.
Because of the table
now.
Okay.
Okay. So that what is just Dr. Pinello?
Particular correspondence.
Right, just the correspondence from Dr. Pinello. What is number 5? Why don't we do all of the correspondence, get it out of the way? I'm willing to do that as well.
We have several about Emerald Ash Borer, and Doug's here with his display.
So do you want to do all
Let's
correspondence?
do that.
All right, so we'll move number 11 up to number 5. Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve the agenda as amended, including tabling agenda item number 5 and moving number 11, receipt of correspondence, to number 5.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Okay. All right, if there's no further discussion. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia? No, as to 2. And I'm a yes, so that's 3 yes and 1 no. Okay, I'm just trying to get my notes here. Okay. All right, moving on. Item number 2, the chair's report. I have 2 things to report this evening. One is that I met with the town manager's office on agenda setting. And the other is that on Monday after the CA meeting, Brennan introduced me to our new planning director, Stephen True.
What is his name?
Stephen True, True.
Is it Stephen PH?
B.
Thank you.
I was lucky enough to meet him also.
And I met Kyle
I met Kyle too for the first time.
after all these months.
Could you say his actual title?
What is it?
He's the planning director and zoning administrator.
Thank you.
Okay. That was all I had for chair's report. Number 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. Are there any comments? Okay, seeing none. We'll move on to number 4, appointment of the town health officer. And we have Dr. Jim Gemignani with us this evening. Would you like to come up to the table and introduce yourself?
So my name's Tony Gemignani. I'm the best way to explain it, a resident of town since 2011. I'm a cardiologist. I work at the White River Junction VA. I've been there since I came to town. I got interested in this job, sort of came up, I wasn't aware this was actually a role that people had, but my friend Peter Warner mentioned it, several months ago. I took a little time to think about it. I've thought for a while that it would be good to do something to give back to the town. And so I thought this would be a good opportunity to do it. So I put my name forward.
Thank you. Well, we're thrilled to have you.
Yes, we are.
Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Gemignani? Mary?
I don't know, this may or may not be part of the role, but I'm interested in sort of healthy conditions for people who rent in town. I feel like they don't have a voice and that sometimes there might be mold issues or something like that that's not healthy. So I'm interested if, that's part of it, if you're interested in that. I just think it's something that needs to be looked into.
I looked through the handbook. So there's a handbook that I looked through. I haven't read it comprehensively. I kind of skimmed through the parts. I do think there's a part about renting, about rental. And I think that probably falls within the role.
Okay.
But I'd have to look at it in more detail for sure.
I'm very happy that an actual physician is interested in this position. I'm just thrilled about it. So
So Pam.
I must say, 'cause I think
I was
that'd be a
appointed as of October 1
Yeah.
as the interim,
Yeah, because
acting or whatever you want to call it. So
it
yes.
falls to the chair if you can't find.
Right. So
So,
the process is that we nominate you to the Vermont Commissioner of Health. And once your nomination is accepted and you're appointed as the town health officer, then you will receive a letter saying that you've been appointed. And at that point in time, I will submit my resignation. And I do have some paperwork that I'd like you to sign before you leave this evening, if you wouldn't mind doing that. Pam, the question? Sure.
So there is a warranty of habitability for renters. And there's statutes that apply to that you can read. I'm doing a handbook, a select board handbook for these sorts of things. And I believe I put those statutes in there. Understanding that our practices for requested funding for town assistance and things such as legal counsel have to go through the town manager. I was hoping that, you'd be able to, the person that's appointed would have a sense about how you'd craft a protocol for having a presence so that people know who to contact and for how to conduct any necessary inspections, because again, there's a statutory process for that and for obtaining a search warrant if necessary. So I know maybe it was a couple of years ago, there was an issue with renters. We have a large presence of students, of course, in the area. And so it's an issue that hasn't been dealt with. And of course, we don't have any zoning bylaws that pertain to that, unfortunately. And so I think your presence is, or the presence of a health officer is crucial. And I'm hoping that it becomes a very visible presence.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to work on that if accepted in the role, and seems like it'd be appropriate work.
Absolutely necessary.
Does anyone else have any questions for Dr. Gemignani?
Do you need telephone numbers before you leave? Because we have to decide what to do with people with
Almost sure.
bite
Yeah,
wounds and.
yeah, no problem.
maybe repeat that because it's recorded on the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted his number so that when I had trouble with bite wounds,
Yes,
that I'd be able to talk to him.
coordination.
No problem.
Great, okay. All right, any other comments or questions? If not, I would entertain a motion to nominate Dr. Gemignani.
I move to send the nomination of Dr. Anthony Gemignani to the Vermont Commissioner of Health as the Norwich Town Health Officer for a 3-year term.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, there are no other questions or comments. Mary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes, with enthusiasm.
Marcia?
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
Just a minute, excuse me, Madam Chair. Roger is here.
Oh, Roger is here. Roger, I don't know when you joined, so did you hear the discussion with Dr. Gemignani about Town Health Officer?
I'm happy to vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. 5 yes.
Sorry, I'm late.
No problem. I just didn't notice that you joined. Okay, great. All right. So it's official. If I could get you to sign the
Sure.
oath of office before you leave, then we'll get this sent in to the Vermont Commissioner of Health. Okay.
May I ask, is it the same oath that we all take when we become a public?
Actually, no, it's a little different. It's about being the town health officer.
Just specific to that role?
Yes.
Mhm.
Perfect. And the other two are the letter and the form that I have to send in that I've signed.
Okay.
So I'll get this to the town manager's office and we'll get it sent out.
Great.
Thank you.
Super. Thanks so much.
No problem.
Yeah, it says, I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of local health officer for the municipality named below, and therein do equal right and justice to all persons to the best of my judgment and ability according to law. So help me God, under the pains and penalties of perjury. And he
Good oath.
signed that.
Good notes.
Official. Okay. All right, the next item then is going to be correspondence. And I think we will jump straight to Dr. Pinello's correspondence. Which was in our packet. And Dr. Pinello, if you'd like to come up and join us. So I guess we'll just allow you to address this email to the board and place any additional thoughts that you have.
Thank you for letting me speak to you. The state mandates that each town will have a pound, and that pound is supposed to take care of domestic animals. Domestic animals includes cats and dogs and cows and horses. And I've done this for many years. In 2019, this was all brought up to the select board, and it was decided at that time that that I would continue to be the pound. But and people have paid me and all has gone well. But I just got a letter saying they would no longer pay for cats.
From the police.
But yeah, and they've been paying for cats right along.
Yeah, I looked up the minutes from the June 12, 2019 meeting, and it said that you didn't wish to sign an MOU agreeing to not to exceed a certain dollar amount. But select board members agreed that Dr. Pinello should be paid for whatever services she provides.
And like last year, we didn't have a single animal, but this year I've already had 2. A dog that was found at the bottom of Guile Mountain and a very sick cat that was brought to me. And we kept the cat as long as we could. And at my expense, I did blood work, and it had kidney and several other problems. And we gave it fluids and tried to support it, but we had to euthanize it because it was gasping for breath. So far, that is all we have. But I have served more than that in some years.
Mary,
I have a question. It might be for Dr. Pinello or somebody else. So I'm confused in our ordinance because we have, there's the animal control officer, which sometimes I confuse with the police because I know sometimes they help out with that. And then there's you in your clinic, and you can't just pop out and round up a cow or something. But then there's also your role as veterinarian, which seemed pretty clear for dogs. So I like your suggestion that we review the definitions, like domestic animals seems a lot more broad than dogs.
We've always done dogs and cats.
Yes, well, I remember it that way, and I remember being in the meeting when.
Where we said that's what we were gonna do.
Yeah,
But it never got updated, even though everyone said at that meeting, there was no update in the town ordinance that that's what you were gonna do.
Right, so I think we're thinking it's long overdue, just as our personnel policy sat for a long time. I'm just wondering if you have any perspective on an animal control officer from other experience in other towns.
What do you consider an animal
That's-
control officer?
That's what I'm wondering. It's in our ordinance. But we need the animals to be conveyed to you, I think, right?
So in most cases, people just bring them to me. Sometimes the police bring them to me. We had a terrible episode in Norwich where a man died. I don't know if you knew this, and his dog was in his house. And then the police brought me that dog.
Okay,
If the police find out, the town only gets, and there seemed to be some concern that the town would be overcharged. Like if Mrs. Jones loses her dog on 4th of July, I always got lots of animals because they get afraid and run away. If somebody brings Mrs. Jones's dog to me, then I keep that dog and I charge, when Mrs. Jones comes to get her dog, I charge her for the board, and the town does not bear any responsibility for that. The town only bears responsibility for animals that are deserted animals.
and is there a 10-day observation?
The state mandates all animals be kept for 10 days because we've had 17 cases of rabies, 17 animals that were associated with rabies in the town of Norwich alone.
This year?
No, in all the time I've ever been here.
And what do you do in the case of cattle?
If anybody brought me a cow, I would put it in my stall. I have a big,
So you
17.
All right.
No one has ever brought me a cow.
There's actually brand new laws that came out July of this year, which distinguish between types of animals. So the domestic, they call it domestic animals, the swine, etc. We can talk about that when we get to that particular
Okay, so there's
thing.
some new law.
There's
about
some
that.
new law.
Okay,
And
great.
looking at the statutes, I can't find anything requiring a pound. In fact, it says if a town doesn't have a pound, a person wishing to impound an animal may use his or her barn or summer enclosure, etc. So if you have some contrary information, that would be good if you could share.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had the little thing that said about the pound before.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you want an animal officer to do.
I know neither. It's just that our ordinance, which we all know needs to be edited. So,
And then
I just wanted to add, so I think the police chief is our animal control officer at the moment at least.
okay.
And he is actually on the call, so I don't know if we can let him speak to that at this point, or if that was just your question. I'm pretty sure that.
Yes, I wanted to be clear on how specifically who is fulfilling that role.
Yeah. So my understanding is currently an animal that is found loose, a dog in particular, because that's what we have in our ordinance, is taken to the police station, and the police serve in that role to be the one that would impound the animal. So it is a little more structured than just anyone who finds an animal should take it to the pound. In this case, your veterinarian.
Well, that may be what you said, but for the last years, that's not how it's run. And that's not what they said the last time we had a meeting.
Well, again, unfortunately, there does seem to be some
Don't know.
info. It looks like in 2019, I have a couple of the memos that were circulating around in the draft MOU, but none of it ever got kind of codified to where we can say, this is how we do it, and this is the process. It was, I think, just kind of more informally, it just got left, maybe. I don't know. So that is what Matt, as our animal control officer / police chief, is working off of for the invoice that he received for the holding and the euthanization of the cat, which again, in Matt's opinion, has no we have nothing in our ordinance that gives them any control over cats. We have dogs in our ordinance, but not cats. So I think that was why the invoice was returned without it being paid. And the fact that I don't think this animal was brought to the police prior to going to the.
People don't usually bring animals to the police. They usually just bring them to me.
Well, again, maybe so.
And I call the police.
Maybe-
I have a little form to show what?
I'm suggesting, I'm not disagreeing that that's.
I'm just saying, they don't usually want stray cats.
I don't think they take stray cats, yeah. 'Cause-
No, I mean, they've had cats that went to them and have had traps. And so we have a form, and one of our first things is to notify the police that we have this cat.
Well, again, if Matt is interested in speaking to this, I think he's done some research as well, but.
Well, I attended an animal control webinar that was conducted by VLCT on September 25th. And they stated that every town has a requirement to have a holding facility for domestic pets. And that's according to statute 20 VSA 3381.
So that certainly fulfills what I'm doing.
And they said it's self-executing and self-enabling ability to impound animals running at large. The select board can issue a warrant for impoundment of an unlicensed dog. They said only the police or a law enforcement officer can investigate a complaint of animal abuse or neglect. And lesser complaints would go to the animal control officer and local police, who should speak to the owner.
I think for clarification, 3381 doesn't say anything about cats.
Right.
We
So
were told it was domestic pets.
can we
Please.
can I ask a
Roger.
question? So yeah, so in 2019, yes, there was, Brennan's right, there was a request to have an MOU with a limit because there was a desire for budgetary planning purposes, right? I think outside of that, in November of 2019, I had put forth a draft and we had a huge discussion about the definition section of an ordinance, right? So my first question would be, what is the definition of domestic pet? Because often ordinances, and there may be new legislation that would trump this, but ordinances are very much dogs or wolf hybrids, right? And so if you remember, nobody remembers in 2019, but you could talk about fowl, you can talk about swine, you can talk about domestic pet, but it is the definition section of an ordinance that makes that clear. So if VLCT or an ordinance or state law defines domestic pet as cat or dog, then so be it. So yes, I agree with Mary that it should be rewritten, and I agree with what Marcia, I think, had said during the agenda setting process, which is there should be our team, our town manager, and our police department should give us a presentation about how they think the definition section should go. And I would like to hear more about capacity and other animal related issues. People say that we're not a suburb, but we talk a lot about traffic and dogs, right? So we should talk about these issues. So thanks. So my question was, how is VLCT defining domestic pet? Because that's the purpose of a definition section of an ordinance. And domestic pet is not in the ordinance. It is dog or wolf hybrid. And certainly not a rabbit, which we've seen bills for.
Pam is muted.
Yeah, my mic went off, sorry. We have a budget of $3,000 for animal control. So we do have a budget for this. Question, Marcia, go ahead.
Well, first of all, the LCT has a really nice model dog control. And in that one, they have domestic pet, meaning a domestic dog, cat, or ferret. But there's a new law that came out in effective July 1 this year. And it talks about domestic animals, which are an array of things from cattle, partridges, bison, swine, emus, water buffalo. I mean, it's a whole bunch. But that domestic animal definition is still in the VLCT model control ordinance, which I think we should, I mean, we're kind of bleeding into number 11, which I.
Agenda item.
Right, which I was prepared to talk about this then, but I think basically what we need to do is toss out hours because it's woefully missing a lot of information, and forgive me, but there's no teeth in the ordinance, and there is teeth in the model ordinance in terms of actually going to the Judicial Bureau if we need to enforce the provisions. But we don't talk in our current ordinance about what impoundment means or how you get the money back for impoundment. So I think we need to tease this apart and say we have an issue with something that's been going on as a practice, which has now resulted in a bill generated at your practice. That's one issue. And the separate issue should be, we've got a very outdated ordinance, which is pretty useless and should now be looked at again in light of the new law. And with, I would suggest, VLCT's help. So I'd like to see those dealt with separately. And I can say more about the dog ordinance when we get to that, if it's necessary. But I think it's premature at this point.
Right.
Okay, I agree. We do need to update the animal control ordinance. And it is a separate issue from Dr. Pinello's email, although they may be somewhat interrelated.
So Pam, I have a question, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate for wherever agenda item we're on.
We're on correspondence.
Okay, we're on correspondence. So I guess, well, I think I should hold my question for the discussion. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, at this point, I don't know that we can take it.
Actually, I do have a question.
Okay.
So if I would be curious to know why the MOU never materialized.
I think the person who was supposed to do it just never did it.
Did you hear that, Roger? Dr. Pinello said the person who was supposed to do it never did it.
Brennan, do you have any record of the office
Yep.
sending the MOU?
So I do have a MOU dated June 11th, 2019 as a draft.
And
I
record of having sent it to Dr. Pinello.
think there's minutes.
Okay.
in the Meeting of, I have some minutes from September 11th, 2019 that we were able to track down. And there was some further correspondence between Herb Durfee as the town manager from May 20th, 2019. So I suspect that came before the draft MOU, but I don't really have any insights outside of what we've been able to track down in those documents.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, and in the June 12 minutes, it said Dr. Pinello said that she wanted to be paid for her services regardless of the cost, rather than agree to an MOU to a not to exceed amount. So apparently the MOU was never agreed to because the not to exceed amount was not taken out of the MOU, but it says select board members agreed that Dr. Pinello should be paid for whatever services she provides.
And at that
My knowledge,
they included cats in there.
Right, and that's never been rescinded, to my knowledge.
Okay, does it make sense? And I apologize because I'm late and you probably already took up this discussion, but does it make sense to reorder the agenda so we can carry on this conversation, particularly since our police chief is here at 7? I know we have an executive session at 7:30, but it just strikes me as if we have some momentum, perhaps we should just.
Carry on with one agenda item, Roger. We're on correspondence.
I know, but perhaps we should reorder the agenda to take up 10 next. It would be my wonder.
We have people here who are on the agenda before that, and out of respect for their time, I would say that we should stay with the agenda as it's currently constructed.
Okay.
So I don't know that there's any resolution that we can offer you this evening, but I certainly appreciate the fact that you came and, addressed this with us directly. And as far as the invoice being paid, I don't know where to go with that. I think the minutes are clear that you should be paid, but
The town had said that they would pay me previously.
right,
Seems hard for me to believe they would revoke their word.
right. And like I said, I've seen nothing to the fact that the select board has rescinded that opinion or policy or agreement or whatever. I guess it was a verbal agreement. May I suggest that since we're in correspondence, we leave it at this and we address this when we get to the ordinance.
Right.
Okay. All right, we can do that. All right, thank you, Dr. Pinello.
Thank you.
Okay, getting back to the other correspondence that we received, received. We had a resident on 4-wheel drive, Tony Love, write that she has had some trees fall on her road, and she thinks there's still some trees there that are a hazard. And she does mention the emerald ash borer as a potential problem there. Will Smith wrote about concern for pedestrian safety and crosswalks and questioned whether we could use a green paint instead of a white paint in the crosswalk bars. Don Bartlett wrote about an infested ash tree on his property on Elm Street and raised concerns about pedestrian safety. He's requested removal of the tree. That was Dr. Pinello's. We have an email from Cheryl Lindbergh, who has shared some good news with us. Amanda Belio, however you say her name, below, has achieved Vermont Property Assessor Level 1. Congratulations to Amanda. And thank you to Cheryl for sharing this with us. And Cheryl also included a certificate that she has recently earned for new and seasonal lister training. So our listers continue their education. And finally, we have an email from Andy Shearer writing about traffic calming strategies. I did watch the webinars that he provided the links to. And from what I could see, only speed tables on Beaver Meadow Road would be fitting for some of the suggestions that they made. And everyone knows I suggested that a long time ago. Any other questions or comments on the correspondence? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Let's see.
It's number 11. It's at the bottom of page 1.
I move to accept all correspondence.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay. Mary, how do you vote?
I'll vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger? Roger, how do you vote?
I said yes.
Sorry, you were muted. I didn't hear you. And I'm a yes, so it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Back to number 6 for the Select Board Handbook review on the Emerald Ash Borer Management Subcommittee. I know we have several people here tonight to discuss that with us. I guess, Doug, are you taking the lead on this?
I think so. I'll bring my friend up. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds.
I have a little show and tell tonight.
Just a little bit, but the primary purpose obviously is to discuss the handbook and how that dashboard fits into that.
Just be cautious with that table, which is
Okay.
a little rickety there. Not designed for logs, perhaps.
Okay, so Marcia has been doing the heavy lifting on this select board handbook. And so Marcia, why don't I turn this over to you and let you lead the discussion?
I'm sorry, could I get your name again?
Yeah, sorry, I'm Doug Hardy. I live on Tucker Hill Road. And then also with me is Peg Marins from Meeting House Road and Matt Hall, the town tree warden
Thank you.
from New Boston.
So thanks for coming. So the point of this is really that there's a document out there that we can refer to, when things come up. And the people who are appointed by the select board, or even who are elected to positions, can know where to look so that they can find the statutes that apply to their roles. And in some cases, it's not a statutory creature. It's a creature that we've invented because there's a town need. And in the case of the commission, this is something that they felt was a need, the Emerald Ash Borer, for obvious reasons. And so at our last meeting, we talked about the nomenclature for how we would refer to things, because some things are created by statute. So like boards and commissions are by statute. Other things are committees that we create. And then this whole milieu of subcommittees are something that are not covered by statute, but we have to make sure that the people who are on them are appointed. So we had a huge discussion about how that would work. And essentially, as long as people are appointed by the select board on the parent group, then they don't need to be appointed by us. But if they are people who haven't been appointed by the select board, that subcommittee or the certain members on that subcommittee do have to be blessed by us, not approved, because it's something that the commission or committee decided. So all that being said, we decided last time that we would call the groups subcommittees. So you would be the Emerald Ash Borer subcommittee. And so my first question to you about the charge, which we wanted to talk about, and I guess I should back up a second. In subsequent discussions with the town manager's office, and for transparency, which is part of the whole reason for this process, they're keeping track of who is appointed to what.
Right.
And they've got a terrific spreadsheet going, and there's going to be extracts of that are going to go onto the website. And one of the things that would be helpful for them and makes common sense is that everybody who has an appointment also has an end date for their appointment. So what we're going to be asking as we go through this is for the parent group to send in a form that was in the last packet. They can get it from Miranda and basically say, these are the people who are on this committee and this is when this ends, their term ends.
Quite certain that's been done for the Emerald Ash Borer group.
Good. So that brings us to the charge, which is why you're here tonight. And so I had, for all of these, made it clear in my sort of tweaking of the charges that were sent in under the umbrella of whatever commission, it's the charge of whatever to advise the parent, select board and town manager about the, what you're doing. And so today we received from your group sort of a composite of a tweak to that. So, yep. So I've printed that out and given it to everybody so that they had it in front of them tonight. And I'm just wondering, my first question is, you didn't like the language under the umbrella of, because it's gone, and it says, as a town appointed subcommittee of the Norwich Conservation Commission, the EAB subcommittee is advisory to the select board and the town manager. You're kind of skipping the parent group. So I'm wondering, how did we lose the connection? And how are you going to work with them?
Okay, we will work closely with the Conservation Commission. I'm not aware that there's a discrepancy in the language. I did not see the two documents side by side. That's perhaps something that Chris Rimmer misunderstood on directions from Heidi. I don't believe there's any intention to dissociate with the Conservation Commission.
So would you get upset with that language going back in so that it was clear that you are sort of reporting to them and working with them or working for them? I mean,
If that's the way the subcommittee structure needs to work, then yes, and many of the members on the Emerald Ash Borer group are also on the Conservation Commission, but not everyone. So that seems like it's something that we should easily agree to.
okay.
Yeah.
So can you just tell us how you intend to communicate with the parent group?
Well, like I mentioned, there's 4, I believe, Conservation Commission members who are on the Emerald Ash Borer group, and then the chairman, Craig Lane, is always copied on correspondence amongst the group because of his interest and his knowledge. And so I guess that would be the way in which we would stay under their umbrella.
Okay.
That's unreasonable.
Yeah, I will add that I think the pattern has been for these subcommittees of the Conservation Commission that at each of the Conservation Commission meetings, there's a line item for each of the subcommittees to report out to the commission as well.
Just like the Trails Committee, right, which has been under the same structure for a number of years.
So the parent is knowing what the subcommittee is doing all the time.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Seems to me.
And so it might be a good time now for you to tell us about this stump and what you need from us and, you know, how it's going, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I think the other thing that this probably is for the town manager to be working with you about is, you know, all these concerns about right of ways and trees and how those are going to be managed.
Right, right. And then, of course, the expense of removing trees. So I know we're limited time. I will try to keep it as brief as possible, but just a little bit of background that Emerald Ash Borer has been in Vermont now for 6 or 7 years. And we've all been thinking about it, sort of preparing for it. Many towns have started a management group and come up with a plan for what they will do when the ash borer appears. As far as most anybody knows, Norwich did not have any infestation until this year. In January, for the first time, it was found. And Chris brought a number of us together to try to think about how we're going to manage that. And one of the first things we did was to, under guidance from the state, was to undertake an inventory where we went around and we assessed basically every tree, put it into a database that the state maintains. And over 600 trees were done with that. But at some point,
Excuse me, 600 identified as having EAB or?
600 were assessed for their health and their diameter and their health, basically. They were not confirmed as being infested with EAB necessarily. So we got that underway and it was moving very slowly because we've got most estimates are over 100 ash trees per mile, and we've got 75 miles of roads in Norwich. So a number of us decided we needed to move ahead to the action stage. And then that involved trying to decide what to do about these trees, which are now starting to fail and fall into roads. And we were concerned about the safety hazard of them falling on people. So just a month ago, September 17th, Chris and I started going out with Matt along the roads and assessing ash trees, solely ash trees, measuring them, marking them with paint, and then putting them onto a map. And we've been doing that now for a month. We've got 134 trees that are concerning to us, meaning that they are either high risk or extreme risk in that they have a high likelihood of failure, which ash trees are inherently prone to doing. as this one from Bragg Hill back in July, I believe, failed and took out the power lines and took out power all the way down to Beaver Meadow. This is a crack which was not apparent, but it is very characteristic of the way ML-4 killed trees shrink and die. And then we see a little bit of fiber here, which is healthy, which allowed the tree to continue producing leaves for a small part. The rest of it is just absolutely soft, balsa wood almost. And so once there was any kind of a stress, the tree came down very quickly. It's a very sobering, for me, it was a very sobering illustration of how unpredictable and dangerous these trees can be. And because these ash trees, well, so when I say the risk, there's two parts to that. One being that there's a high likelihood of failure. And I think this tree nicely demonstrates that. And the fact that every ash tree alongside our roads is going to die is further demonstration. And then they're likely to impact the target being a traveled lane by vehicles and pedestrians and bicycles. And so these are the trees that we have gone around and marked. Because it's a fairly slow process, involves walking along the roads, and Beaver Meadow is a very high-speed road to walk on. We've now, in the past month, we've done all of Beaver Meadow and a smattering of other roads. We've done Hobson, some on Union Village, some on New Boston. And the objective there was to have a sufficient sample size so that we could have some feeling about the distribution of the sizes on the trees and the state of the trees in terms of how likely they are to fall into the road, that kind of thing. And theoretically, that would then allow us to come up with some ballpark estimates of what the cost of cutting is going to be. And so jumping ahead perhaps to that, some of the factors that are involved with costing of the cutting of these trees are whether or not traffic control is required on a road like Beaver Meadow. If a vehicle and a crew is working to cut trees, is there a statute that requires traffic control for everyone's safety? There's the proximity of utility lines. The diameter of the tree is very important in cost estimates. The question of whether the tree can be simply felled away from the road or whether it needs to be taken down in pieces because of utility lines or other space constraints. Whether we want to subscribe to a sort of a drop and leave approach where the trees are cut into the right of way. Maybe there's some chipping done, but the logs are left in the right of way. Is that going to be acceptable to people? Or would we want to require any contractors to actually remove the logs as well? And I guess backing up a little bit, we're making the assumption that the town highway department probably is not interested or has sufficient time to be able to cut the number of trees that are going to need to be cut. So we would need to contract this work. Any questions at this point? And then I can get on to some ideas for prices.
Roger just had his hand up for a bit, so
Okay.
why don't you go ahead?
About this polemic. So I'm fine. I'm sure there's plenty of room under the umbrella for all to theorize about the best ways to tackle this problem. I'm just interested in all of that advice. So the board and the town manager are the ones who need to funds on the problem. And so who is it that so what I guess we're getting to at this point in the conversation, how the recommendation would be made and then what the expenditure process would look like. I'm just curious to know what is the relationship between those who advise and those who expend. And I don't want to, I'm concerned about a situation where we form this committee and a citizen thinks that they are someone they could call to take care of their ash tree, right? And then we get a bill, right? Not unlike animal control. I would like to know a little bit more about the process and how the money will work.
Right. I mean, our understanding is that this is purely a collaborative process we are the ones who are out making the assessments on the ground, talking with state people, educating ourselves about the biology and the structural aspects. And then we would come to the town manager or the select board with recommendations, or even short of recommendations with information, allowing other bodies to make decisions. Because we're talking, as I'll get to very shortly, about a tremendous amount of money. And so that's not anything that any of us are wishing to impose upon the town, or even feel that we really is appropriate for that.
Is there state funding?
There may or may not be, but there's 252 towns in the state of Vermont, all of whom are faced with the same problem. Not every town has identified infestations yet. Thetford apparently just did shortly after Norwich, but there are a number of towns where there is not a known infestation. And it's from the beginning, biologists have been very confident that all of the ash trees, with the exception of some few with genetic unique attributes, which are not along roads, that will probably persist. Hopefully they will, and it can help to repopulate the species. But for ash trees along roads, they become very clearly a hazard to our infrastructure and to our residents. And so that's where we feel we need to provide some guidance.
Marcia, go ahead. So today I sent some information to the town manager's office, and I added it to our handbook under the tree warden. 24 VSA 2511 is control of infestations. And it says that you can go, the tree warden may request surveys or recommendations for control action from the Secretary of Agriculture. So it would seem to me that maybe given this, we could look into that and see what people are recommending. And maybe they have some information about funding, and maybe you found out some.
I have not found any sources of funding outside.
No, we are actively looking, but it is very limited because it is such a widespread problem. There is quite a bit of documentation from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns about tree wardens and about rights of ways. And I've sort of begun conversation with arborists and tree wardens in other towns to see what their experience is. But tree wardens have a considerable amount of authority to deem trees hazardous and then to arrange for them to be cut down. But that's kind of in a normal situation. The emerald ash borer is so much more pervasive than any of our other dangerous tree situations that it's really a different kind of a fish.
So maybe you could look into the mapping that's available or the help from the Secretary of Agriculture.
Well, we actually have produced two different maps, one being of our inventory with the 600 trees. It's an interactive map so that you can see the state of the health of a tree by color. You can click on any particular tree and see attributes of that tree. But because, as I mentioned, because we felt that we had a little more urgency to deal with this because the trees were starting to come down, and as we saw in correspondence today, that we've undertaken to mark the trees and to map the trees. And we have a second map, which you can go to, and there's a little tiny picture representing each tree. There's 164 of them, I think, that we've done. And you can see attributes. You can see a picture taken to illustrate why it is a risk to the road. And so the select board, the town manager, the highway people could go to this map and visually see where we have identified the tree problems to be. Any potential contractors could look at this map and see which trees they can dismiss as maybe not being dangerous, which ones they feel are most urgent, and then prepare quotations for doing the cutting.
There's also here in this information about cutting shade trees and that being prohibited.
That's a big deal in Vermont.
Right. And that the tree warden's got to post, you probably know all this, you have to post the notice, and there's public notice. I thought there was a public hearing here.
There is in some cases, but to my knowledge, Norwich has not designated any shade trees. It's a legislative action that has to occur.
All right, just as long as you guys know about this.
It's something we need to read more about, and it's important, and it may or may not guide us. But
Well, the links are all, and the sites are all in the tree warden page and
okay,
on the select board handbook.
okay.
And I'll send that to you because I'm updating, it's organic. Today I put those in, so I'll send them to you, but it'll be in the next select board packet as well, because we haven't approved it yet, so it's not up on the website.
Well, that would be helpful.
Okay, we've got about 4 minutes left before we break for the next agenda item. Brennan, you wanted to say something?
I was going to point that out, that we were running up on.
Okay, yeah,
30.
I'm very aware of the time. Thank you. Priscilla, you had a comment?
Yeah, as we know, two of the pieces of correspondence that we've looked at are from people saying, hey, I have these dead trees, it's a problem. And it seems to me what they're really saying is, please, will somebody come and take care of this like now?
Yeah.
And
These are not private trees. In either case, they are in the town right away.
so we're gonna have to come up with some money and really get on that.
Right. And since we have a very limited amount of time, and I know you're beginning the budgetary process, and we will have all the information you'd like, but we're looking at between $10,000 and $30,000 per mile for Norwich Class 2 and 3 roads for removal of the most hazardous ash trees within the right of way. So it's a terrifying number.
Yeah.
But I'm working with a couple of arborists to refine that. It's based on size and utility proximity, all those kinds of things. But it's something that we're going to need to document very well, discuss, and then act on, because these are dangerous trees.
All right, thank you. Brendan, you.
So a question, I think I even mentioned at the last meeting, which I still want to get an answer to. I don't know if you've had any other insights. Is the trees in the right of way are technically the owner of the property's trees. And the right of way gives us the right as the municipality to go into that right of way and create public safety.
Right.
I had actually written to the VLCT to try to get an attorney's opinion on the liability and the ability to enforce removal of a dangerous tree by a private property owner in the right of way. And that's something I think we should figure out. Again, I was hoping to get an answer back saying, yes, that's proper, or no, it is not. Because I think that might have real ramifications on the cost associated to the town with the removal of problem trees. Like, does that fall to the property owner and we say, you have an emerald ash borer infested tree that's a public safety hazard, and is there a requirement for them to take action, versus does this all fall on the taxpayers in the town to correct right of way tree issues?
And my understanding is if it's in the right of way, it is the town's responsibility. If the town's making a judgment about.
If the town's ordering its removal, I think it would be, but that's the question of.
And then, of course, we've got a lot of fire district land that has a lot of ash trees, and I guess the Prudential Committee would then be responsible, but
a lot of trees.
There's a lot of trees. Yeah.
Okay, in the last minute, I wanted to ask quickly, Marcia, you didn't address their responsibility under the open meeting law. Was there anything you wanted to cover on that as far as what they need to do? It's in the front of the handbook, but you absolutely have to follow the open meeting law.
We have attempted to, as best to the best of our knowledge. Yeah, I will read at the beginning. I did not go through the beginning stuff.
Well, it's just actually in July of this year, they updated it, and just, I think it was last week, I was able to put the new stuff in. So it's all in there, and basically it's notice and hearing, right? So you're not making any decisions that involve budgets. You have to bring those questions to us.
For sure.
So that means that you don't have to have this kind of thing, but you do have to have an open meeting and publish it and have minutes.
Right.
And minutes don't, what we've come down to is a very logical, utilitarian, and statutorily correct way of taking the minutes, which is, if there's an action taken, you record that in your minutes. who made the motion and what the vote was. And other than that, you don't have to record what everybody said. You just have to say, we talked about this, this, and this.
So that's in the handbook in the beginning now, it sounds like.
Yeah. And Miranda, I hate to offer Miranda, but she said she and Heidi Clausen
Yeah.
get the information so they can tell you about the deadlines, because you have to really do a quick turnaround for your minutes.
I know Chris has been very cognizant of that and tried his best to, even on weekends and in off hours, he's been needling people to get things in.
We do too.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for coming in and very much presentation. This is huge, and we understand what you're going through and appreciate.
So, yeah, I guess I'll correspond with town manager perhaps about how to convey our ideas of estimates, or does that have to be publicly?
No, we can certainly talk about it, but I think as you said, we're entering the budget season, so get it out to the board members so they have a handle on it. You can put it in correspondence for the next meeting if you want to.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's another option. Just not like that. Take that on your stove. No, it's my show and tell.
We're gonna have
To go into executive session.
Which one is this? All right.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the next agenda item, which is the personnel policy review with town council. I see council is here remotely.
Do we have John Clutch?
Yes, John Clerk is here. Okay. Brennan, I guess I'll let you lead this conversation.
Okay, happy to. And as we talked about at the prior meeting where this was discussed, it failed to be approved by a vote of 3-2. And there were a couple ideas about things that would make people more agreeable to approving the personnel policy. We had in the packet included the current version. And the highlighted blue font, or I'm sorry, blue highlighted sections represented where small changes have been made. So just to point those out, page 8 of the personnel policy, or page 87 of the packet, had a small change related to the annual review and how that was conducted. And that was at the recommendation of the select board. Page 19 of 98 or 98 in the packet. Small edit was made from the last version. And that was just clarifying exempt versus the non-exempt as far as the definition. And then there was the third question related to the town sexual harassment policy, which appears in our current personnel policy as well as the standalone. And so that was a question of, do we need to rescind the standalone, and for what purpose was that approved, I guess, a number of years ago. And then we also had, I think, a couple of questions about the addendum B. So John is here to answer any specific questions outside of the changes that were made. And I might just turn it over to him to give maybe a quick synopsis of our work over the last month or two related to those questions, I guess, specifically. You're muted, John.
I'm rusty. I haven't visited with you in a while. Hi, everyone. So yes, just echoing what Brennan said, after trying to assist the town with a comprehensive overview of the new proposed policy, focus was directed to specific areas after I understand the select board provided feedback. So I met with Brennan and Miranda. We studied the items that the select board pointed out as areas of focus. I can just, let me stop me if this is not what you're looking for, but I'll just quickly tell you the substance of what you have in front of you, why it ended up the way it did from the work that Brennan, Miranda, and I collaborated on those sections. Section 14, the performance evaluations, that's language that came from the select board. The policy choice there is simply whether the policy is going to define the frequency with which evaluations have to be completed by management. One option is to leave that more open-ended, something like within reasonable periods, something like that. The other is to commit to a specific schedule. My understanding is the select board's chosen to commit to a specific schedule. So just as long as you understand the distinction there, there's no problem with it. It's just then you know, a matter of management staying on top of doing that. That's section 14. Section 32 was, as Brennan mentioned, a question about defining exempt and non-exempt employees for purposes of Fair Labor Standards Act. In other words, who is or is not eligible, required to be paid overtime when they cross 40 hours. The language that came to me was a reference to the statute. And while that's somewhat correct, my only recommendation was to instead, if you're going to put a cite to something that's codified, to use the federal regulations, because until somebody challenges it or changes it, for now at least, Congress has delegated to the Department of Labor determining where some of those thresholds are for the test of whether an employee is exempt or not, such as you know, what their minimum salary has to be and things of that nature. So that's all it is. It's just a recommended cite to the Code of Federal Regulations as opposed to citing the statute. It will stay more current if you cite to the regs, and the regs have all of the criteria. The statute does not contain all of the criteria. Section 34. I think in your packet, this may not have actually been highlighted, but I'll just point it out because it is a slight change from what you last reviewed, I believe. So on page 22 of the draft document, this is in the definition of sexual harassment. This is not something that the select board identified, but as long as I had a chance to look this over again, I recommended that one further refinement be made in the sexual harassment section. This is similar to the fairly bigger changes that were recommended for section 33, which is unlawful discriminatory harassment, not specific to sexual harassment. Section 34 is meant to meet the town's obligations to have a policy on sexual harassment specifically. Just like the definition of what constitutes unlawful discriminatory harassment under any protected category was changed, the legislature also slightly modified the definition for sexual harassment to include the language that you see. It's a proposed new first sentence in the first full paragraph at the top of page 22. Harassment and discrimination need not be severe or pervasive to constitute a violation of this section. It's by no means clear that, you know, not having that language in here somehow means the town would not have met its obligation to adopt a sexual harassment policy, but the legislature did specifically add that language to its definition of what constitutes harassment. And the bullets that are right above that section, that are the top of 22 and spill over to the bottom of 21, that is verbatim from the definition in the statute. So it's really just for completeness. We felt it made sense as long as the definition was being adopted into the policy to just add that one additional sentence that the legislature made a point to emphasize when it revised the statute recently. And then the only other question I think that I understand you want to talk about possibly right now is the, again, there was a separate sexual harassment policy that the select board adopted back in 2019. I did not try to find out what the origin was or the impetus for doing that. It could, some of you may know the answer, but regardless, there is no need I see to have a separate policy. The language that is recommended here in front of you for this updated section 34 is current law to the best of our analysis, and it would be appropriate, in my opinion, to, if you're going to adopt and pass this new personnel policy modification, to rescind separately a separate motion, a separate action to rescind that 2019 sexual harassment policy.
Yes.
So I also neglected, because it wasn't a change we made, but the other question that came up that we were going to address was entering like some language about a mandatory COLA and step increase for the non-CBA employees. So if you could just speak to that briefly.
Sure. So, and I know you all have had the experience of negotiating those sorts of provisions with the labor union. It's a fairly standard expectation that that a labor union contract may have things like steps and COLAs defined. It's not necessarily required, but it is pretty much the standard out there. And so it's hard to make a case as an employer that for some reason your municipality is not going to feature provisions that most of the surrounding municipalities are going to have. Personnel policy is a different matter. Personnel policies, as you know, you don't have to negotiate those with anybody. You have the ability to modify them from time to time. And so the recommendation is to maintain flexibility, not knowing what the future may hold, not knowing what policy choices later boards may wish to make, is to not commit to specific COLAs, not commit to a specific step system in a personnel policy, but rather have the ability to evaluate those kinds of things on a going forward basis, so that whatever frequency the board chooses to review compensation, it has the ability to adapt to whatever those circumstances are at the time and make a policy decision on whether and to what extent compensation is going to be adjusted for your employees who are covered by the personnel policy, and do it that way, as opposed to sort of locking it into an adopted policy.
And is that regarding a specific section in the personnel policy?
That was the question that came up in the last discussion, kind of at the end of the review. And so it was really just a question that was asked of John to speak to the reasons why we wouldn't include that into the draft policy.
The current policy does address cost of living though, right?
I don't know that it does.
That's not.
So, but we have a policy of giving the cost of living adjustment every July 1st. What is the genesis of that?
That has been our past practice and our procedure, but it's not codified anywhere in the personnel policy. So as you're aware, every July 1st, there's a COLA that's provided to all employees. And on the anniversary date of a hire, there's after a performance evaluation that's satisfactory, there's a step increase for all employees. So in the CBA, that's codified as we must do that. In the personnel policy, the consensus, I think, between our town manager office and the council is we do not necessarily want to do that. It would not be advantageous to us.
So what are we doing going forward with COLA?
We're going to continue the same past practice that we have, which is everyone will receive a COLA and a step. We're just not writing it into the policy.
Okay.
And that's Brennan's decision as town manager, but we may, I think right now, there's nothing that would provide a new directive from us to him, which is why employees would want to see it codified in a policy. but for lots of reasons, as an employer, we would not want to codify it in policy.
Okay. All right, and then we were going to have some discussion on addendum B.
I think that's up to board members if they have specific questions that John might be able to help them understand or answer, but we didn't make any changes to addendum B following.
Right, but you mentioned it in your opening comments, so I guess I have a question, and that is, who exactly is this directed to? Who would be expected to sign this? And what is the statutory requirement of anyone who would have to sign this?
Was that a question to John or to?
If John wants to answer it, sure. I mean, why is this in here and who is it directed to? Who is expected to sign?
So, and let's see, okay, so addendum B is proposed as a document that effectively the select board would be requesting elected town officials to commit to observing and to memorialize that commitment by signing this as an agreement between the select board and an elected official. To just sort of take a broader step back. So the VLCT model policy recommends an addendum of this nature. The reason you would see this as an addendum is because the select board generally does not have any authority over how elected officials conduct their affairs for the town. Particularly, we're talking about, usually we're mainly talking about the town clerk and the town treasurer, who are Norwich, those are elected positions. Some municipalities, of course, they're appointed positions. Some municipalities may even be further modified by a charter to have more of, almost more of a statutory department head style role in a given municipality. But under just the default statutes, those elected officials are independent authorities that the select board has no ability to tell them how to conduct their statutory obligations. Nevertheless, the town is responsible for what goes on in those places in the context of personnel matters. Mm-hmm. So the recommended practice is for a select board to pursue an agreement with those elected officials, which covers things like, and it covers things like, how is that elected official going to conduct themselves in their work? And how is that elected official going to manage their employees? And so we can talk about the particulars, but that's the overarching principle there. It's matters of both risk management, because use an example here. Let's say you had and of course I'm just making this up purely hypothetically. Let's say you had an elected town clerk who an appointed assistant clerk accused of some sort of a discriminatory act in the workplace. Okay. Yes, that town clerk's name might be on the list of people being sued in a lawsuit, but mainly it's the town. And under statute, the town is responsible for things that happen in the course of the scope of one's duties. So the idea here is that instead of saying, well, whatever happens in the town clerk's office, we just have no say over that, there's nothing we can do about it. Rather, the suggested approach is ask the town clerk to commit to principles that align with statute, align with best practice, not just around those statutory areas as well. Things like if you look at the document, it proposes to say that the elected official agrees for themselves that they will be bound by personnel policy provisions covering subjects like equal employment opportunity, their own conduct, conflicts of interest, outside employment, drug and alcohol use, use of town equipment, use of tobacco, use of town computer systems, public records, harassment, discrimination, sexual harassment, all the kind of things that, whether someone's an elected official or, you know, somebody who's hired, you know, by a department head to work in the Department of Public Works, it doesn't matter. You're going to want all of those people to be following those sort of standards in the way they conduct themselves in the workplace for multiple reasons, right? For public service, for safety, for liability, just to name a few. So that is the purpose of this, is for the select board to make an effort to secure those kinds of commitments from your elected officials. And then,
So
as
what
I
I'm
said,
hearing is this is purely voluntary. We cannot require anyone to sign this. We're going to ask them to sign it.
yes, it is a proposed agreement. Now, I think one view of this is that most often you find town administrations doing things for elected officials, operations that maybe are not required of the administration side. So just as I said, by statute, right, a select board or a town manager can't sort of interfere with how a town clerk runs his or her office. By the same token, by statute, the most default statutes, the town clerk does not have the right to say, for example, I'd like the town manager's office to have the you know, town finance officer run payroll for my staff. Okay, and in the most pure version under the statute, it's almost like two separate, completely separate operations. So one view of these agreements is that there is sort of a mutuality of interests here, that the elected officials wish to take advantage for themselves and their appointed assistants of all the things that the town management infrastructure can provide, such as payroll, benefits, record keeping, whatever it may be, equipment, facilities, and so forth. And so let's make a swap. Let's make a trade. We'll provide all of those things for your office. In return, we'd like you to agree that you're going to conform the way you conduct yourself and operate your office to these standards that, you know, we recommend are best practices.
Thank you.
And John, just to further clarify, so even though the select board is being asked to approve this personnel policy, they would also be elected officials that would conceivably be signing this document and then accepting that role as we will also adhere to these certain policies. That was my
Right.
understanding.
So this, right. So let's say the select board approves this personnel policy and it has this addendum B in it. This addendum B hasn't done anything yet, right? All it is a representation that the select board is going to ask the elected officials to agree to this. It could be that you may have to negotiate details of it with a particular elected official, because they may say, well, I have an issue with this sentence or that sentence. Or they may say, well, gee, you talk about things the town is going to provide to me in administration of my office. There's some other things I want to talk about. There's all kinds of potential nuance. But yes, at that point, assuming that, you know, let's just assume the elected official says, okay, I agree, this is fine. Then yes, you'd be looking for the elected official to sign it, sort of like you would have any employee sign off on a personnel policy acknowledging that they've received it. But then you're also asking, again, if they have appointed assistants, you're also asking that elected official to then distribute it to their assistants and secure their signatures. So that basically everybody who works for the town, you know, the larger, broader town, is all on the same page with respect to personnel policy, conduct expectations, and so forth.
I think the question is, should all elected officials, select board members, trustees of public funds, listers, should all public elected officials sign this addendum B? Is that the intent? I think that was what Brennan was alluding to.
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. It may not be as applicable to some elected officials as others. You know, the listers may or may not kind of have the same involvement in personnel matters as a clerk or a treasurer, but generally, yes, same idea. Because if an elected lister were to conduct themselves in a way that somebody might argue violates the law, yeah, at least the select board has made an effort to make those people aware of expectations and to secure some kind of commitment that they're going to observe those expectations.
Mary, I think your hand was up first.
Yeah, a specific question about discipline. For instance, with the town and also hiring and firing. So let's say if we're talking about either the town clerk or perhaps the listers. So I guess sort of questions more about discipline and firing. How would that work? Would it be that the process that is described in our personnel policy would be adhered to by that particular elected official? I mean, it doesn't make sense for instance, a town manager to discipline an assistant town clerk, but does it make sense for a town clerk to follow the process in the personnel policy to discipline her employee if needed? Does that make sense to you? Or is that the intent of this?
Yes, I follow exactly what you're saying, and that's exactly what is proposed in this model of the addendum. If you look at the second sentence in that first full paragraph, it says, elected town official further agrees to adhere to the personnel policy in connection with their appointment, management, supervision, and discipline of employees appointed by elected town official. So yes, that is what the select board is proposing, that person agree that with respect to their hiring, firing, discipline, etc. practices, they are going to observe what the personnel policy calls on the town manager's office to do with respect to you know, the bulk of your municipal non-union town employees, correct?
Right, thank you.
Marcia, go ahead.
Hi, John.
Marcia.
So question, if an elected official refuses to sign B, and then there's a violation of something like the Fair Labor Standards Act, and the town is sued by the employee, and the employee sues we've been using the town clerk, so they sue the town clerk and the town. What's the liability? I mean, what's the responsibility, if any, of the town to defend the clerk who did the violation, especially in light of the fact that they didn't sign addendum B? And that's probably two questions as to generally, would we have to defend the clerk who violated the law? And is it somehow more egregious if they didn't sign the addendum B?
Right, so understanding that, you know, we're not here to talk about legal advice in specific situations. We're talking, you know, a broad overview policy discussion. The Vermont statutes do require that a municipality is answerable for acts of their representatives, elected officials, employees, what have you, that are conducted within the scope of their duties. So even when somebody gets something wrong, as long as it's connected to the scope of their duties, they were ostensibly working on in pursuit of their obligations to the town, yes, the municipality would generally be obligated to be answerable for those claims. There are laws around when individual elected or appointed officials can be liable for certain categories of cases, but you know, that's a little more complicated subject and not really on point to what you're asking. in terms of what difference does it make, I guess, is the point that, let's say you have a situation where the select board has proposed a policy like this and an agreement like this to the elected official, and the elected official has rejected it. It's hard to say, honestly, what kind of relevance that may or may not have in a given case. For example, in areas of discrimination and harassment, one of the issues that can sometimes be relevant is whether the employer has, adopted appropriate policies and whether it trains on those policies and consistently enforces those policies. So potentially, maybe it could be relevant in a case to say, well, look, the select board, who is sort of the principal agent for the town, did make an effort to implement these policies throughout these other areas of town government. That may or may not be relevant in a given case. That may be something the attorney general would be interested in knowing when a complaint is brought to them in a given case. But I'd say in general, I feel like I'm kind of dodging the question, but it's probably a little too difficult to predict how that fact situation would or wouldn't make a difference in a given case.
Thank you. Okay, Roger, you have your hand up. You had a question?
Yes, no, I appreciate this discussion very much. So thank you. You mentioned that that there's addendum B is acknowledges that town resources and town staff are also provided as much as in exchange for an agreeable best practices. So, and you also mentioned that this is addendum B is recommended and that we are to ask. To what extent is it or is it not advisable to withhold services if this is not signed? I think for many reasons, everyone should be compelled to sign this. And if they don't, that is absolutely their prerogative. But then they don't get the benefits of being part of the town, right? So to what extent is that is or is not advisable? And if you don't want to answer that until the actual situation arises, that's fine too. But this seems really appropriate for everyone to sign. If someone doesn't sign at a principle, they have a right to that, but then they don't have the right to use the town's services and resources, right? That's my feeling.
No, it's a great question. And, we work with a fair number of municipalities around the state. Not necessarily every select board has opted to seek this out as part of their personnel policy. We usually do recommend it as something they ought to consider. That said, I don't think I can bring to mind an example where, a select board and or a sort of a town administration has made that difficult decision to say, we want to have cooperation with the elected officials. We did not get the cooperation we were seeking on this subject, so we don't see a reason that it makes sense to supply town resources when, in the opinion of the select board, that official is not doing their part with regard to again, some of those best practices and liability avoidances. So I suppose, again, the kind of if that were to come to that scenario, we would probably need to carefully look through what I was sort of very generally describing, which is the fact that when you sort of go back to just the basic roots of what the statutes say, right? How does a clerk's office or a treasurer's office, how do they operate without having the benefit of the town resources? And, I would think that if a select board were to ask me that question about, gee, should we consider, withdrawing some of these support systems probably I would say that's where I would want to start, is to go back and say, well, let me try to get a firm understanding of what that actually would look like, and then present the options to that select board.
That's great. And then I have one follow-up question. If that's okay, Pam.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we have this addendum B, and then obviously we'll talk later in executive about a sort of separate MOU for a particular office. What is the efficacy or value in individual agreements with each elected office as opposed to just 11? Because as addendum B should be simple on its face, right? But there is a lot of clarity, I know, from sort of that back and forth that comes with these legal agreements or protections for lots of reasons, but they are such a communication tool, right? As well. So what is the, you probably can't imagine that you've dealt with many towns that have a unique contractual relationship with each of their elected offices, but I still would want to ask you, what is the efficacy of that as opposed to addendum B?
Well, it is an agreement, right? I mean, I suppose, something that we haven't really done, but I suppose a select board could adopt an addendum and just say, here's what we recommend our elected officials do, and don't seek agreement. And just say, we've done our part by making sure they understand we think they ought to be doing these things. And maybe that's as much as we feel we can do. But when you are actually looking to reach agreement, for better or worse, agreements, someone might say, well, I'm just not going to agree to those terms. I need some modification of those terms. So again, I feel a little bit evasive, but I think my answer would be that the efficacy is just going to have to be considered on a case-by-case basis. Somebody may say, well, there's one line in there that just doesn't apply to me. Let's cross that out. Or somebody may say, I want to rewrite this whole thing from scratch, and I don't agree with 99% of this. And then possibly there comes a point where the select board might say, well, then we just don't feel we're getting the value out of what is the purpose here on behalf of the public interest. And so maybe there's a threshold that's crossed where you say, well, maybe we'll be open to some minor modifications, but completely restructuring something maybe is not going to be in the town's interest, and maybe the select board might look at it that way in a given case.
Okay, thanks. Again, this has been very helpful.
Well, I raised one issue at the last meeting that hasn't been addressed, and that is that this policy seems to be how elected officials will treat the staff, the employees of the town, but there's nothing that addresses how elected officials commit to treating other elected officials. And I have witnessed some events, episodes, whatever you want to call them, that I didn't feel were appropriate. And so I have a problem with this addendum not addressing that issue. This is a personnel policy. Well, if you're asking elected officials to sign a document, it should also include that how they will treat other elected officials. It's not just how they interact with the staff, it's how they interact with each other. And I think that's been an issue here in Norwich. I won't give examples, but as you know, I have many. So I just have a problem with that being completely ignored.
This is about harassment, discrimination, sexual harassment, computer systems, public records. We're not telling people, it should be obvious. This is different. You use the word harassment. I guess that's to each one's own interpretation of what that means. But anyway, that's my concern about that document. All right, so if we have no further questions or comments, how does the board want to proceed with this policy?
It's a public comment.
So to me, using the town clerk as an example, what policies does the assistant follow? It sounds like there are two sets of policies that she would have to abide by.
I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not sure that that's where we're going with this.
Pam, isn't it true that if we adopt this, policy, and if the town clerk, for instance, signs addendum B, doesn't that mean that her employees would have the benefits and the sort of requirements of the personnel policy?
Right, but the town clerk has proposed a different MOU, so
That would be
it's whether,
my second question, who would be responsible for writing the MOU? Is it the town clerk or would it be the select board? Or would it be a collaborative effort?
I believe it's collaborative. We have, it's a negotiation. Both sides have to agree on the final product. I didn't understand your question.
Which one?
The last one. Who would write the
Who
MOU?
authors the MOU? Is it the select board? Is it the town clerk? Or is it a collaboration between the two?
Any negotiation is always a collaboration.
Give or take with what I've read.
I think, can I answer that very generally?
Certainly.
So the way that I see it is there are the personnel policies and then there are matters of law that are unique to the town clerk's office. And so it would be a policy decision to ask the town clerk to conduct some of their authority in the direction of the personnel policies. So the hiring and firing power, for example, is outlined in statute, but it would have to be a policy decision to ask the clerk to agree to following the personnel policies for that hiring and powering power that is otherwise outlined in statute, right? So I'm not giving opinion on anything of that, but like, I think that is the question. I think that any MOU or any conversation would have to acknowledge the legal power that the clerk is given and then work with what the town envisions via their personnel policies, right? Isn't that the tension point?
Right, but the clerk has the authority to appoint. They don't hire and fire. They appoint or can revoke an appointment according to statute.
And terminate.
And terminate, yeah, under statute.
So I thought we were going to have an executive session.
Right.
That's about the MOU.
Okay, so, but we're talking now about MOU.
Well, right, but
I'm just saying that's just a policy decision general. I'm not saying that's a policy that we are taking under consideration. It would be inappropriate to do so.
So my question then, follow up to that, Roger's question for John is, is that true? That if the town clerk, because we're using that example over and over.
Right.
If that person refuses to sign addendum B, then, and there's no MOU, or even if there is an MOU, the statute says that the ability is to hire and to terminate. But that whole employment contract in between is a ball of wax, right? With it's got FLSA stuff in it. It's got sexual harassment stuff in it. And where does is the person who's hired, the assistant clerk, are they protected by the same policies that we have for the rest of the town, as well as by state and federal law?
I think
regardless.
I think I'd like to wait and have this discussion in an executive session rather than have the town attorney answer this in public session, if you don't mind. I'd like to get back to whether we're going to approve this personnel policy as it's been presented to us tonight, and we can discuss the town clerk's MOU in executive session.
We'll call it another position, whatever you like, but I'm just saying, if somebody doesn't sign this addendum B, does that mean that the policy doesn't apply to their employee?
Yeah, and can I just say that's really important, right? Like, because some of these elected offices do have employees, right? Not just the example of the clerk.
Is this a question for John?
So it was a question to John. It was a question to John.
Yes, I think that, again, I would caution that in a given situation, we want to double check and evaluate, but as a broad proposition, if an elected official did not adopt a policy for how they're going to handle their personnel to follow what the select board's recommended personnel policy is, then these policies would not apply to their appointees.
Right.
And understanding, yes, by statute, they appoint and they revoke. The idea is that in exercising that authority, they would say, you know, we're going to follow the prescriptions of a personnel policy when we choose to appoint somebody. We're going to follow equal employment opportunity. We're going to follow disability, non-discrimination, things of that nature. Same thing with if I'm going to revoke somebody, I'm going to, if the select board adopts a termination process, let's say, as part of a personnel policy, the elected official would be saying, before I revoke an appointment, I will observe that process. The other part of your question is, are those people protected if this is not signed by that elected official? Yes, they're protected to the extent of the law, which again, of course, the anti-discrimination statutes, Fair Labor Standards Act, somebody mentioned, and so on and so forth, disability laws. But there may be lots of things in the personnel policy that are also intended for protection and benefit of employees that may not be in statute. For example, a termination standard. So if you have, if a select board were to make a policy choice that employees should be provided some kind of a process before their position is before they're terminated from employment, and there is nothing like that in, let's say, the statutes for clerks and treasurers to appoint and revoke hiring of assistants, then those individuals would not have those protections.
Mm-hmm.
So some statutory protections would apply to those folks, but where protections do not derive from statutes, those individuals would not be subject to those protections.
All right, thank you.
In general, very in general.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what would the board like to do at this point? We have a policy for us. And you need to make a decision on whether we're going to approve this policy or not.
There is one correction that I see that should be made for the cemetery commission. In here, it states that that individuals elected by voters or appointed by it is not the select board.
What page are we on?
I'm on page 14. The cemetery commissioners appoint to their board.
This is in the personnel policy?
It's on page 14 where it says elected officials, cemetery commission.
I think that's the handbook, maybe.
It could be the handbook.
Not the personnel.
Yeah, it's not, we're talking personnel policy at this point. And
Okay.
send me a note about that.
I will.
I can make a motion if you'd like, Pam.
Okay,
Sure. I move to adopt the personnel policy as presented in the October 23rd packet.
second. Okay, so moved by Roger, seconded by Marcia. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a no. Okay, the next item of business is the town clerk's MOU review with town council. And that will be in executive session.
Can we just thank Miranda and Brennan and of course our council for all the work they have done on this. The last personnel policy was from 2010, so I am very grateful for the work.
Thank you for approving it.
Okay, before you do that, I think you've got the wrong
Citation,
the wrong citation, yeah. This is the one for contract. Yeah, it's not a contract. That's what I was told by Brennan, that this would qualify for discussion as a contract. I would suggest it's confidential attorney-client communication for the purpose of providing professional legal services. Okay, and
What's the
so you know the citation for that? Yep. It's just F on
Just what?
F. Well, it's 1 VSA 313A1F,
Okay, so A1F.
and that's attorney-client communication. Confident, yeah, you can look it up. Confidential attorney-client communication. Okay, you want to make that motion, Marcia? Yep. I move to enter executive session under 1 VSA section 313A1F. That's a capital F.
Is it a capital A also?
Oh, sorry, we got a two-part.
Two-part.
I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA 313A1.
A1F or A1?
A1.
For that part?
For that part, that's
Oh,
part one. That was correct.
Okay.
Okay,
So you
all right.
moved, I'll second that.
Thank you, Mary. Okay. Mary, how do you vote?
Vote yes.
Priscilla?
yes.
Marcia? Yes. Roger?
Yeah.
And I'm a yes. Okay, now the second part. Move to enter executive session under 1 VSA 313A1F, capital F.
No, so the A is not
Sorry, small a,
small a and then F,
paren 1, paren,
capital
capital
F. Okay, got it.
to discuss the town clerk's MOU and, after 1F, to discuss the town clerk's MOU and to receive confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the body. It's right here.
Okay,
I'll send it to you.
thank you.
And to invite town council, the town manager, and the town clerk as may be necessary. Okay, is there a second?
Will second.
Thank you. Okay, Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes, but I'm going to take a break before we go in there.
Okay. Marcia? Yes. Roger?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Okay. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of a break while we get situated in the lister's office.
Recording stopped.
For this, and
Recording in progress.
I move to enter public session.
Okay. Motion by Mary, seconded by Marcia. Mary, how do you vote?
Oh, yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Unanimous. We're back in public session at 9:30. Okay. All right. I guess the only thing that we want to say at this point is that we are not going to take any action on number 8 at this time. And we are going to move on to the town manager's report, number 9.
Okay. So as normal, we had a memo that made the packet, and I won't read through that in line by line. But I did want to announce our planning department has, as I mentioned and Pam already mentioned tonight, found a new planning director and zoning administrator. A gentleman named Stephen True has come down and he started on Monday. So we now have a department head in that department after I think about 2 years of vacancy, which is great. And so far so good. He's come back every day and
That's a good sign.
Yeah. He and Kyle and Pam met his first morning and did a little transition, and Kyle has agreed to, again, kind of be there to support him as he gets his feet under him in the CA position. And the other piece of that is that currently Kyle is our official zoning administrator. So the board will need to take an action to remove Kyle as the ZA and appoint Stephen True as the ZA. I'm hoping maybe that can happen at the next meeting on November 13th. But, yeah, put it on your list. The process would be that the planning commission would nominate the new ZA. So I have had a little communication with Jan to confirm whether they're going to be able to meet that timeline. But I think Kyle's ready to sign off and Stephen's ready to take the reins there for that role. All right, I think I mentioned already at the last meeting that we filled the administrative assistant position in the PD with a woman named Michelle Illick-Dubas, who started about 3 weeks ago. So she's been there for a little bit. If people have not met her yet and would like to, I would welcome any board member or member of the community to stop by and say hello and introduce yourselves. And she also seems like she's doing great. So happy to hear that. Related to DPW, we are continuing the finalization of the easement deeds that are going to be required for the culvert work that is going to be FEMA supported. And we need to get, first of all, a final draft of those deeds completed with our council. Then we need to reach out to the private property owners and ask them to sign those easement deeds, some of which are temporary, which basically just allows us to go in and do the work and then leave. Some of them are permanent in that we're going to install these new culverts that are actually going to be a physical asset that's going to be placed perpetually on that property. So I know Chris started today with trying to connect with people and let them know what we were doing. I don't know exactly how this is going to go as far as people being willing or unwilling to sign an easement for this project, but that's our next step. And the FEMA Hemlock Road project, I maybe mentioned this as well at the last meeting, that money has been obligated. I think I did when we were talking about the budget. So that's good news in that we've gotten the commitment now officially from FEMA to obligate the funding that we were hoping to have, which is over $1 million. The side of the town is going to be 12.5% of the total project. So that is going to be a budget discussion we're going to have in the next meeting.
Right, because we have to front load that funding and then wait for reimbursement.
Well, that's the easy part. I mean, basically, we need to come up with 12.5% of $1 million.
So we have to come up with $1.3 million and pay for all of the work, and then we wait to get reimbursed by.
There's a mechanism
And the
for the state to do that.
They're changing the way this is done because
Change.
No, but it's going to be reimbursed, but there, we don't have to have 3.5 or whatever it is, $1.6 million in the bank there. There's some process to work through where the state will grant the town the money. And it's a process that will follow. So
okay.
don't worry.
It's different from what happened back in 2017.
Way different, and it's really good. Very
But,
good.
again, I'll confirm, my understanding is we don't have to have 1.6 million, we have to have 12.5% committed. And then we go through a process of getting the money and funding the funding.
Okay.
So along with that, as I think I also have mentioned previously, we're going to have to issue an RFP for the work that we would hope to start next spring, ideally. And Chris is filing for an extension because technically we're supposed to have this done at the end of this year, but that's clearly not going to happen, and it's not happening anywhere. So just a processing piece. We did meet briefly with an engineer who was representing the Sweetland Farms folks and had I think a good conversation with him. Nothing has changed as far as moving forward with that project this year. And I think we've left the door open that we will get back and have further discussion about that in the future. And Chris is, I think, as he stated before, Route 132 is on the list for a major renovation, and we'd like to get a little more understanding of how that's going to work and where that's going to occur. So, again, I think a good meeting of we're not approving this at this time, but the door's open for some further discussion.
Is that a major renovation by the state?
It would probably be funded by the state, but it's our road. Grant cycles are going to have to be adjusted to make it happen. But let's see here. I guess I'll jump down to the town manager's office. So Stantec has started working on our Moore Lane Bridge initiative. I would like to tentatively put that on the agenda for the I think what will be the 26th, if that date gets adjusted. That would be the second meeting in November. At that point, they would hope to have a preliminary draft of some options, as well as engaging with the community about other ideas that they would like to have considered, and then come back at some point, probably in the next month from that, with a final draft with some harder numbers.
Okay, I wrote it on my list.
Okay. We know about the personnel policy. Tracy Hall, I have reached back out to the Studio Nexus team, told them that we're ready to get moving here. My suspicion is, just with logistics, we should probably think about that as a project for 2025. Once we get through the budget, it's just going to take a lot of our time and effort, but they're hopefully going to be ready to go at that point. And I just mentioned that we are going to hear, I think, at the end of October, which is quickly approaching, whether that implementation grant was awarded or any part of that was awarded. And the budget work is underway at the moment. We have started meeting with department heads, and I think we'll be ready. We'll confirm this next week, but I think we're going to be ready for at least an initial presentation on the 13th.
I wanted to thank you for sending out the question that Pam had sent about financials.
Okay.
Because I think that was a question that I think we had agreed that the board would vet any questions that would be going to you for research. But so that was disappointing, but I'm very glad that it was answered and sent out, so we all got to see it, but I think it should be in the next packet. Because I know other people would want to see that.
Okay, people agree, we should put that in the question and the answer in the packet. That's fine. And I guess just on another budget topic. So what are we thinking as far as guidance for timing? Would we like to try to wrap this up before the holidays? And I think the other question we'll have at the end is, I think the second meeting falls on Christmas Day, so we would have to adjust
The calendar.
assume we would want to adjust the calendar.
I would miss that one.
But are we thinking as a board, we would like to try to, we would have 4 meetings up till that second meeting in December to try to get this approved, or are we thinking of going into January? And I guess just for guidance of how much and how quickly we need to be trying to present here.
We did it last year. I'd like to do it this year.
Up front in
So
December.
we did it last year with extra meetings.
Well, weekly meetings, right?
That's right. Yeah, so if we're setting a goal of trying to get it done by December 18th, which would be moving up that last meeting in December 1 week, because the following Wednesday is Christmas. We would have to schedule some extra meetings in November and in December. I think it's
Well,
get it done. Well,
We can see where we are on the 13th.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm certainly, we met almost every week, for shorter periods of time. They weren't 3-hour meetings. They were kind of budget specific. But again, depending on how much contention there is about getting the budget kind of approved, it could go quicker than that too. So we might not need a whole lot of extra meetings.
and there've been years where we've met on Tuesday and Wednesday night, back to back, to meet with committees to keep things moving. So I think it's a lofty goal, and we'll have to see if it's achievable. I'm not gonna say that it's, go ahead.
Brennan, do you foresee anything other, like, do you see being able to meet the expectations that the board set in their motion?
We're gonna try very hard. We don't have the full data yet, but that's
Okay.
that's inspiration.
So if we're feeling okay about it, I would also say we should do it before Christmas at 4 meetings.
Okay.
We shouldn't leave it open-ended, because like that's also unfair to the people who want to plan their time, right? So make a commitment or don't.
That's kind of what I was asking tonight is do we want to set a kind of our aspirational goal is we get this done on the 18th of December and we figure out how many meetings we have to get in before that can be completed.
I say yes.
I say yes.
It's a little grueling, but you get it done that way.
Be nice to have a couple weeks off there at the end of December.
Yeah.
Well, so you don't lose the momentum,
Mhm.
you know.
Mhm.
So we're looking at the 13th of November, the 20th and the 26th, and then December 4, December 11, and December 18.
Well, I don't know that we need to plan extra meetings yet. I think we should plan that we have 4 scheduled meetings and we should adjust as it becomes apparent how much time this will take.
Okay, so the goal
I think
is
it's-
December 18, but we'll
Yeah.
take it as it comes.
Okay, thank you for that guidance. That's helpful. So that's all I'm going to talk about tonight for the report, but I'm happy to answer questions if there are any or any other.
Thank you, Brennan.
You're welcome.
Okay, so moving on to number 10, the animal control ordinance update. I don't know how deep we want to get into this at 9:42 at night. Certainly, we need to make some changes in this based on the changes in the statute. And Marcia, you said you had a VLCT model policy to work with.
It's on their website. I pulled it off.
Okay. I know you're doing a lot of work on the handbook,
Yeah, thank you.
and Brenna, go ahead.
I was just going to say we have our chief with us at 9:45 and because he'd like to say something at some point about the process. And I'll say before he gets on, I think we could take this as kind of town manager, police chief, animal control officer with this VLCT model ordinance and come back with something for discussion like we did with the personnel policy. That might be the most efficient way to recraft something like this.
Okay. Well, if the chief wants to speak, I'm willing to give him 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think it's going to take that long. I apologize. I was not on for all of Dr. Pinello's remarks earlier. I would just say that, you know, we in declining that bill, I sent back to her because of what we have to follow in ordinance and with what ordinance directs us. And it's unfortunate. I think that that communication process derailed. It went very public and went very ugly very quickly. And I'm sort of dismayed about that because, you know, I'm not used to having people say that I'm going to be shooting dogs and cats in the streets. I think that was pretty poorly done in the public venue. That said, I would caution you in trying to move very quickly in this space. Animal control and pet control is a tangled weave of statutes and ordinances. For instance, I know you were speaking earlier about the definitions. Domestic animal and domestic pet are two different things, and statute directs things differently in each case. Domestic pet is what you typically think of: dog, cats, and ferrets. I don't know what ferrets are in there, but they are. And you know, that's just like the first layer of the onion when you start digging into this. The other interesting thing that was brought up that I don't think really got fleshed out, the idea of impoundment in statute really is directed at domestic animals, which are like sheep, goats, cows, camels, alpacas, emus, ostriches. I don't know. There's an incredible list of things, but they reside in a half a dozen different places in statute. The legislature did amend the statutes last year, and there are different things for animal control officers if they are employed by a police department versus an animal control officer employed by the town. So it's very tangled in that whole process. Prior to this event, and I can get into more about that event if you'd like, but prior to this event, we had taken up an effort to look at some changes to our animal control ordinance because of some problems we were having in the town, specifically dealing with our athletic fields and unrestrained dogs. We've had a number of dog bites over the summer, and we did not have a health officer to really fulfill that role for what we needed them for. The police department, not just me, by the way, but any Norwich police officer, by ordinance fulfills the role of animal control officer under current ordinance. If it's dealing with wolves and dogs and wolf hybrids, as our current ordinance reads, we deal with those. If it deals with, for instance, dogs maiming cattle and damage done to fields, and you know, the oddest thing, if you were to allow your cow to graze on the town green, then there's this whole other statutory process that goes through the town manager's office and through the select board. So I'll just suffice it to say this is one area of statute and the rules that I don't do without having the book sitting right here in front of me to make sure we're doing the right thing. I would encourage you and ask your patience as we start down through the process of trying to recommend modifications to the ordinance. We've pulled ordinances from our surrounding towns. We pulled the new VLCT model ordinance, and we're also waiting on some rulemaking at the state level that hopefully will guide some of that process as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Marcia?
Just to short circuit everything, if we have an existing policy that says we have to pay for stuff, then I think we have to pay for it. But I think we should rescind that policy tonight and expedite the new policy, starting with the Vermont Model Dog Control Ordinance, the VLCT one. But that one's out of date because of the laws that were passed July 1, which, as the chief has said, haven't been printed yet, but it does specify there's a difference between those domestic animals, bison, sheep, cows, horses, and the other, what do they call them, domestic pets. So I think to eliminate harm.
With Millermont College's online programs, you can learn here, here, or even here.
Go forward, I think we need to look at what we have for a current policy, follow it, then rescind it, and then get something in place as quickly as possible. And I think one of the things that we should do is contact the VLCT because their model dog ordinance is terrific, I think. It's got things that our existing one doesn't have, like what impoundment actually
Does it
means.
include cats?
No, it does not. It would talk about the kinds of nuisances. It gives you enforcement. There's also basically, the grounds for impoundment, how that works, getting reimbursed in order to get the animal released, what to do about vicious dogs. And it also tells you how to get to the Judicial Bureau, which is where you can get enforcement. So the police isn't having to do that all the time, right? You just refer it over. But they have to look at this in light of the new laws that are coming down and get it streamlined, because I think it's out of date as well.
Priscilla?
When I'm looking at this 2005 Animal Control Ordinance definitions, animals shall include dogs and wolf hybrids, but it doesn't say anything that is excluded. So I don't know why you can't include cats and rabbits and parakeets.
It doesn't say to the exclusion of all others.
No, it just says shall include. Well, to me, that it means other things could be included in there too.
It's kind of muddy though.
Yeah, well, I think that we need to rewrite this. I think we need to take all of the new statutes and things into consideration, but I would not be in favor of rescinding the policy in the interim, because we then have kind of a donut hole where we wouldn't have a way of reimbursing Dr. Pinello for her services if something should happen in the interim, because we don't know how quickly this will turn around. Yes, go ahead.
Well, let's think about it from the other way around. If we don't rescind it, then we're leaving an open door where the doctor thinks that anybody that brings something to her door.
Unfortunately, I already have people who brought cats.
What?
Unfortunately, since I had no idea that you plan to not honor your word, which you have always honored. I had no idea that you would do that. I've accepted other cat. I have another cat too.
Well, I think what we need to do is just make this equitable. And I mean, we haven't been following the policy in terms of, what happens with dog bites. As the chief said, we didn't even have a health officer, but it wasn't specific enough. It's a vague policy that we've got, and vague policies cause problems. And here we are with a problem exhibited. So I think we need,
I'm confused. What policy are we speaking of?
The 2005 policy is pretty
The
vague.
ordinance?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Sorry,
the ordinance. So is there not a policy about where our pound is and who is that pound?
So I don't think there is, which is what's created the problem we're talking about. So we have an ordinance from 2005 that doesn't say anything about where you take an animal or how much you pay that animal lodge. That was more of an informal discussion. Again, that sounds like it's been going on for a long period of time.
I understand.
Yeah.
So there's nothing to rescind.
No, that's why Matt, again, is kind of without guidance here as to whether a cat that was housed
You
in.
could have come and spoken to me.
Well, that's not how we handle conversation in the meeting, but I think that has been the problem. And I think Matt might have some more discussion here.
Well, I think the policy too is back in June of 2019, the board said that they wanted to pay Dr. Pinello for whatever services she provides. And that's what she's saying is, the board has never gone back on their word of paying her when she has billed the town, and she only bills the town when it's an abandoned animal, not one that is owned by an owner. The owner takes the financial responsibility. And so my statement earlier was, I think that until we update the ordinance and address some of these issues, that we should abide by the commitment that the board made back in 2019 to pay Dr. Pinello for whatever services she provides. We do have $3,000 in the current budget for animal control.
Did we ever sign that?
So this is all I can find.
It's in the minutes.
Section 9 of the minutes. Looks like there's a sentence at the end of that that says select board members agreed to continue to pay Christine Pinello, veterinarian, for her services as the need arises, pending development of an updated animal control ordinance.
Is there a definition of need?
That's all there is. That's
Pending the updated MOU, and that never happened. So it's still in effect.
Yeah.
To my thinking.
Well, this has just created a lot of confusion. So if we said we'd pay, then I think we have to pay for this, but just rescind everything, because leaving it out there is begging for more confusion, and it's not solving any problems.
I'm not in favor of rescinding until we have something to replace.
I don't know what happens if, somebody brings Christine another animal. I mean, is she
Well, she's
supposed to
got
say
one.
no? I mean, that's not.
That's not in her
that's not what we
DNA.
want.
Well, did our policy say that abandoned animals would be paid for by the town?
Absolutely. You have done that for 42 years.
We've done it, but I'm just wondering about the policy.
So I think there's a vernacular question. There's an ordinance. There's no policy. So the ordinance is silent on who pays for what or where they go.
But the board stated that they were willing to pay her for whatever services she provides. And that is a commitment that the board has made to Dr. Pinello, and one that I am not in favor of reneging on.
Understood. I don't disagree.
I agree with Pam, and I was there. I think Roger was there. There was a great deal of sympathy for cats
And a rabbit.
And also that when you get, colonies of feral cats, that's a health issue. And it's not humane to just have abandoned animals not cared for. So I think we should keep it in place. It's a big mess, which, the ordinance is terrible. Of course, Chief Romeo is not comfortable with that. And, I would like to, personally, I'd like to keep supporting Dr. Pinello, pay her. Maybe it has to come not through, I don't know how it didn't get paid either. I think it should come through and get paid until we get reorganized. But cats are definitely part of the scene in Norwich that needs to be taken care of somehow. And also just to, if we have to have this interim situation, have an understanding with the police, like of how this interaction with Dr. Pinello is going to be. I don't know if the chief feels comfortable having any interaction. I mean, it's a little awkward because we might have a dog that needs to be taken somewhere. For instance, I think if I'm right, Chief, there was communication that the police would take the animal somewhere else. Is that true? If you had is he still there?
Yeah, he's got his hand up.
So
Okay.
Can I?
Yes, go ahead, Roger.
It's a big
So,
mess.
and we want to hear from the chief. So I just want to say, and I think I would like to also just when we do the ordinance, I would like a date and time as to when we could expect to see a draft. And that could be very far out, because I understand that you have plenty of questions to investigate. But I just want to say, in my mind, the point of a pound is to deal with dogs that are a nuisance, right? Which is a term that's defined, a definition that's defined. To deal with dogs that are running at large, which is a term that's defined. I don't know how much an ordinance is imagined to be for the care of abandoned animals. And so if we have that value, it may or may not be solved in an ordinance. So I think what I really want to hear from our town official, our staff, is I just want to hear a presentation about all of the problems. Voice control. What is voice control? And like, if you were to institute leash in lieu of voice control, you would have half the town who love jogging and going on the trails infuriated with you. So I want to know more about the problems that we are looking to solve and stop sort of managing crises or crises that sometimes appear on the AP wire, right? Like literally. So let's just get a presentation and get it. And I would like to have from Brennan and the chief a deadline in the next year. So if it'll probably be after I'm gone, but if it's in August of next year, that sounds reasonable to me. And you're gonna give us updates along the way. So that's what I have to say on this. Thank you.
Okay. I understand. Chief, I will give you an opportunity to speak, but it is 10 o'clock and we need to try to wrap this up. So please try to be brief.
I'm happy to be brief. I just want to bring to light that I was contacted on a Friday afternoon about this cat that has brought all this chaos to us. And I informed the staff of the veterinary clinic at that moment because they were calling me to ask me to put the cat down. I have no authority over a cat. I have authority over a dog or a wolf hybrid. And to have this blow completely nuclear beyond this really kind of pales the reality. I will be happy to develop the presentation that Roger has asked for. I'll be happy to bring all the issues. But as it stands now, as you know, I have to make decisions and authorize or recommend authorization of payments based on what actually is ordinance now. In addition, the extremely detailed document that was provided by a former town manager to Dr. Pinello outlined this entire process and what we would and would not be able to pay for. What is being suggested right now is that anyone off the street could bring an animal into the clinic and obligate the town to pay for the care and resuscitation and restoration of that animal. I don't think that's a great plan. As I told Dr. Pinello, as it stands now, until I'm directed otherwise, we will pay for animals that we bring as a authorized representative of the town of Norwich. I don't think it's appropriate to do anything else.
All right,
So
thank you.
that's kind of where I'm standing with that. Now, to the point of a deadline, I don't know, mid to late January, I think we could probably have something polished off.
Yeah, something after the budget season.
So I just committed to 2 months of budget and then a little break at the holidays. So middle of January might be a little optimistic.
Yeah, definitely after budget season.
How about sometime in February or March, I think would be probably reasonable.
But in the meantime, the chief has a valid point. You know, he doesn't have any authorization to say, put that cat down or the rabbit or whoever. And we're leaving him in the lurch.
And publicly attacking them in some ways. So it's unfortunate.
I think that this existing policy creates more problems than anything else.
The ordinance?
The ordinance. I keep calling it a policy. I'm sorry.
Well,
It's fair. It's also a rare instance.
Thank you, Chief. So I'm not in favor of rescinding anything until we have something to replace it, even if it's not, perfect, it's flawed, But I think we need to have something in place, and that gives us the impetus to move quickly to find ordinance that would replace this. Roger?
So we talked a little bit about a process or I talked a little bit about a potential process, and we heard potential dates for that process for the ordinance. What I might suggest for this period where you're right, there is someone who is providing a service for the town and they don't have legs to stand on just as much as the towns don't have legs to stand on. So I would argue that you should revisit that MOU and get it signed for a brief period of time where you clarify everybody's roles and responsibilities to the extent possible. And it sounds like there's other documentation that supports what is an appropriate process and what is not an appropriate process. So I would suggest that we just codify that until we're able to actually get the ordinance that we all deserve. Right? Like, so it sounds like, so I would defer to the chief and Brennan if an MOU, and also probably counsel, they may advise against it, if an MOU for this period is helpful to clarify the relationship that Dr. Pinello and has established with the town, and vice versa. I don't know. Because we're not going to get an ordinance tomorrow.
So something that would be in place until a new ordinance is adopted.
That's my suggestion, but I don't, the town staff don't have to take it.
Right, I was just trying to clarify.
I think we need something, but I think what we've got is bad.
Well, it's 10 o'clock, 10:05. Let's come up with a decision on where we're going with this, and so we can move on, and I'll get home at a reasonable hour, hopefully.
I move to direct the town manager to revisit the MOU in whatever way you need to do it for a specific time limit pending approval of a new dog control ordinance. You can put dog/animal control ordinance because we may decide we want it to be broader than that.
I'll second it.
Should I say and rescind the previous ordinance?
No.
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 Okay, you get the MOU.
All right, okay, Brennan?
So clarification, Dr. Pinello want to undertake that process because the MOU, I think, would be with her and her clinic. And secondly, are we considering this to be all inclusive of any animal? I guess, tell me to go write an MOU to solve the problem, but we have multiple problems in multiple ways with different opinions. So it's going to be.
Well, we have an MOU to start the conversation, right?
We have the 2019 document, which I think at that point, Dr. Pinello was unwilling to sign. So, yes.
The minutes say that she didn't like the not to exceed clause in there. So maybe if that can be resolved, then we can move forward.
Well, we have a budget of $3,000 now, which is higher than I think it was back in.
But we overspend budgets all the time.
Well, we do, but we're about heading into budget season and people are screaming they don't want to raise the budget. So something's got to give somewhere. I mean, what if there was an emu running around on the listserv a few months ago? So if that emu gets hit by a car tomorrow and they bring it to you, I imagine that's going to be a pricey event. And it's not going to be covered by our MOU. So I think we have to sort of say,
let's not think about every hypothetical.
In the past, the town has never paid for any medical expenses. All the town pays for is to keep an animal in quarantine for 10 days. After that time, I would find a home for it or take care of it. And in this MOU, it does say at the bottom here, abandoned or stray animals. So we, meaning the select board and I, had agreed that we would include cats and dogs or horses or cows or whatever. And I just was not willing to say that I would take the responsibility for the town if you had more stray animals. Last year, you didn't have a single stray animal. So far this year, you've had 3 stray animals.
So
I
I
just
think
thought
what's,
it was irresponsible of the town to expect me to pay more than.
and I think what's different this time is that we're talking about a very short period of time. Like, right? So I don't know what the effective terms were of that particular agreement. I think it was probably imagined in perpetuity. I think in this case, we're imagining, 3 to 6 months, and I only am suggesting it as a way of facilitating a dialogue. If and getting everybody very clear on what we're going to do for the next 6 months.
I'm more than glad to sign this, provided.
You can get paid for your time.
Yeah.
I should have this information. I have forgotten it or I don't have it.
What did you forget?
Was the cost of the cat a question here?
$331.
And the other cat that you're housing now, you're expecting that to be like a similar cost?
It would be $350 for that cat.
And the euthanization of the original cat was?
Yeah, I have never charged you for those things, but other towns, other towns are not like this. They're like, Thetford is really nice. They come to me with a sick cat, they pay for the sick cat, they take care of it. And if they have a dog that's seizures and they find it on the road, they bring it to me and I help the dog. I have never charged this town because they refuse to pay for anything.
So to solve the problem without an MOU at the moment, is the board comfortable that we paid this outstanding invoice for the cat that's been?
Yes. Should pay that, yeah.
That's fine.
Unfortunately, I got this other cat, but if you want, I'm more than glad to do anything I can to help you to make this go smoothly.
Thank you. Sounds good. Thank you. We appreciate that. Try to straighten the whole mess out.
Yeah, I think everybody appreciates the work that you're doing.
Yes.
I'm sorry. It's so upsetting to me. I try so hard to do the right thing. It's just like.
She's the most caring veterinarian. And we're fortunate to have her.
You have bad underlying paperwork and we're trying to fix that.
Well, I'm appreciative that you would fix it.
So I will find the invoice and we will process the payment for the cat that immediately. It'll take a week to go through the next AP.
It's fine. And if you'd like to talk to me, I know you're very, very busy, so you could just redo this, put a new date on it. And on the other one, there was a whole collection of prices for each year. Just don't put that in. We would give them money.
Well, why don't we do this since it is almost 10:30? Let's talk. I'll reach out to you in the next couple of days and we'll figure this out.
That sounds perfect. Thank you, Brenda.
Information.
So I should have started with that.
So do I need to submit this letter from the Norwich Police Department?
Yes. It didn't come through with.
Yes, it needs to come. I sent it.
It come through.
I think it was.
Needs to come through.
It's not,
It should be public information.
We checked correspondence. I think that was part of it.
It wasn't in the packet. Correspondence. It needs to be part of public correspondence. Let me just, I want to ask you.
So,
It needs to be part of public correspondence.
okay,
I agree.
so you're requesting that this be in correspondence,
Pam, can I have it back for a second? Because that's going to be part of my question.
okay? All right, we need to wrap up quickly. So Chris, if you want.
I'm going to make it
I'll give you
very
2
quick.
minutes.
You guys have propounded this one. This is good. My question to you is the first question is from a statutory, we're a dealing real estate. It is my understanding that any state statute overrides, is it true? I shouldn't say. Is it true that any state statute overrides any town ordinance that does not comply with a state statute? Is that true or not? If you guys put a ban on parking, forget a dog ordinance right now. If you have an ordinance and it doesn't comply within the line, within the
Again, we're a Dillon rule, the state statute. Does that not affect the ordinance that you guys, your ordinance is bogus anyway?
Probably.
Okay, so you guys got a state statute right here that says domestic animals includes cats. So your ordinance doesn't, whether you guys rescind it or not, your ordinance doesn't.
Our ordinance is so clueless. We don't
Your
even.
ordinance is clueless, and we knew that, Mary. You and Roger both knew when we had the discussion back then. We knew it was a bogus ordinance. Herb didn't.
We didn't straighten it out.
There's a state statute that actually defines what domestic pets are. So the ordinance.
Okay.
We're
gonna fix this.
So again, all I'm asking you guys is, if an ordinance does not comply with state statute, it's bogus anyway. You guys have to comply no matter what. So I think Mr. Romai should have known that as the control officer, that a state statute does supersede a local ordinance that does not comply with state statute. That solves that problem. So
I will just note, Madam Chair, since I've yet again been impugned in the public, I will note that statute has a specific carve out dealing with animal control that says if the town enacts an ordinance, the ordinance supersedes statute.
And that's what I'm asking you guys
if
to look
Dr.
into.
Pinello or if Chris would care to pick up the phone instead of having these arguments in the public space, this might not be nearly as argumentative.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to finish my second point, and this is, again, will be public information. Again, I find this letter a little upsetting, where it actually says in here, and I think I would appreciate that the select board will make this very clear. There are very specific language, abandonment control officer, who is bringing these animals down to pristine, and his concern was that somebody else brought this cat down. It wasn't a control officer, a animal control officer or the police. So when you guys are putting this thing together, I think it is really important, because he went on to say, the Norwich police will not instruct anyone to bring an animal to you on our behalf. I find that a disturbing thing for the police to say, if somebody finds a cat or a dog, we're not going to participate. I would think that the one thing that you would want in this town is to have an open communication between the police and the pound, the official pound, and that lack of communication, I find that very hot. He calls us hostile. I think that's a very hostile thing, when I believe everybody should be working very openly on behalf of animals. So I just find that to be, anyway.
Well, for the record, I communicated directly with Dr. Pinello. I did not trot it out in the listserv or in the select board meeting.
Brennan, please ask your employer.
Yeah, all right. I think we've had enough of this one for the day. Thank you, Chief.
You know, I'm glad this didn't occur when we were forced.
Bonnie, you have not been recognized either. So I need to bring this meeting back under control. I think we've decided where we're going with this. The town manager and the police chief are going to work on the ordinance. The town manager is going to work with the with Dr. Pinello. And yes, we do have a motion on the floor that we need to vote on. So let's have a vote and end this discussion.
I think
Roger
you could, I mean, we could also, Marcia could choose to rescind her motion as well. I mean.
Well, we have a motion and we're going to vote on it. And if it gets voted down, it gets voted down. So Mary, how do you vote?
I'm not ready to vote yet, because after Marcia came up with that, there was discussion about the document that Dr. Pinello had, and that the town manager would take a look at that and possibly modify it. So I think this motion to me seems a little drastic.
Well, it's to direct the town manager to revisit the MOU.
But it's the document that Dr. Pinello had, is that the MOU or not?
Thought it was.
That's what I thought, but is this
How about
everybody's
the
understanding? Is that your understanding?
I don't know what she asked because I haven't seen it. So,
Right. So
I
revisit
know what
an MOU?
Could we say a MOU?
Okay.
Well, no, we say and because that's grammar, right?
And
I wouldn't.
But it sounds like an E.
It would be an A.
Oh, my
It would be
God.
just A.
A.
So we direct the town manager to revisit a MOU for a specific time limit pending a dog/animal control ordinance.
Okay, and that was an edit, so
Pending approval of it.
Pending approval of, yeah, I was writing quickly, I missed that.
so, okay, you changed one word in this, so.
So Marcia,
you
would
guys agree with
you,
us?
Marcia, would you accept that
I
change?
accept that amendment.
And Roger, as the second, do you accept that amendment? To change the word "the"
Sure.
to A? Thank you. Okay, now are we ready to vote?
Yes, thank you.
Mary, how do you vote?
Vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, unanimous.
So
Okay,
can I make one more quick comment?
yes,
Be nice, Roger.
So I what I will say is, we've had like at least 2 town managers since this was taken up in 2019. And so what I think is actually very positive is that
Oh, raising up
you're
again.
freezing.
Freezing in the best part.
I have faith that there will be a
Frozen again.
Oh,
All right, you need to start coming in person.
Yes, please.
I have faith that there will be a deliverable as a result of Brennan's commitment to the town.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have voted on this. Now we're ready to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the approval
Thank you for
of
sticking
the
around.
October 9 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Okay, the October 9 minutes. I will admit that I made a fairly substantial mistake in a motion that I wrote for that meeting. And it's something that I think we're going to have to take up at a future meeting, and that is under the appointment of Russell North to the Finance Committee. It says a 3-year term ending in 2025.
Oh, right.
And Heidi caught that. Nobody else caught it. Heidi brought it to my attention. So I'm thinking maybe at the next meeting, we will just introduce a new motion that says a 3-year term ending in 2027, if that is agreeable to the board.
Okay, so how does that leave us with the minutes? Maybe table them?
Well, I think we can
Fix
approve,
that
I
first.
think we can approve these minutes, and then we will correct my motion at the November 13 meeting.
But do we amend because we know there is an error? Or not?
No, I think we leave it because that's the way the motion was written, and it's
Okay, so that's what was said. It was just a mistake.
Right.
Okay.
right.
All right.
What was said, it's correct in what was said, but it's incorrect in that it doesn't really set a term limit of 3 years.
Okay.
So I think at the next meeting, we'll just do a quick correction. And I put it on my list of things to include on the agenda. It'll be very brief.
All right.
So other than that, did Priscilla?
Item number 7, Department of Public Works, the salt bids. Discussion included whether the select board is over budgeting on some items. The point I made was that we were maybe under budgeting because the bids were coming in so much higher than what we budgeted.
I thought we were over.
Yeah, my recollection was you were concerned that we had appropriated more money than we had budgeted. And then the discussion was we weren't using all of that because the bids were the bids for the number, for the amount, but we don't always take the maximum amount.
But her concern was that if we looked at the maximum amount, it would exceed the budget.
Would have been over budget.
Right.
As happened with our snow plowing contracts.
And that-
So
and we-
that's why I wondered if we were under, that's why. Don't have to make
Yeah,
a
it's-
case out of it, but
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions? All right, I would entertain a motion to approve these minutes. I don't think we need to do any amendments. We'll just fix my mistake at the next time.
okay
I
then.
move to approve the October 9th, 2024 minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yeah.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, unanimous. Thank you. Okay, now on to the AP warrants. We have 2 warrants in the packet. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve AP warrant number 1192 in the amount of $138,565.37 to be paid from the general fund.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Okay. Seeing no questions, Mary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, unanimous. Thank you. Okay, and then the second warrant,
I'll move to approve AP warrant number 1193 in the amount of $185 to be paid from the general fund.
okay, thank you. Seeing no discussion, Mary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, unanimous. Thank you. Okay, I'm signing these and I'll pass them down. I'll end with Brennan.
No.
Okay, the next thing is the town manager's contract amendment. And for that, we need to go into an executive session.
We wait till we sign the warrants. Oops.
Yes,
Do we need an executive session? Is there anything?
That's my question.
okay.
We also missed 14, right? Department head reports.
Yep. Oh. Sorry, I'm looking at my motion sheet and not my agenda. 14, the department head reports. So we have the finance report for the 3rd period, which would be September. We have a report from the police chief. He's given us lots of statistics and a report on the speed feedback signs. And we have a report from the Recreation Department. Did anybody have any questions or comments on those? Seeing none? All right, so let's go back to the question of the town manager's contract amendment. Do we want an executive session or do we want to just deal with it in public session?
I'd say if the town manager doesn't need one, I don't need one.
Yeah, I think the document that was provided was acceptable to me, so.
Okay, all right. So if there's no further discussion, would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve amendment number 1 to the employment agreement for the town manager.
Second? Okay. Okay, and is there any discussion?
I can't remember what it was about, so is it okay if I just abstain? Also, my brain isn't functioning.
Well, we haven't voted yet.
Do you want a copy of it?
I don't know why it wasn't in the packet.
No, it's not in the packet
No,
because
no, of
we
course
were-
not. I know, no, I'm just
Here's
I'm just a mess.
Yeah, I know it's late. Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Is there any discussion, any questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla, how do you vote? Oh, wait, I'll come back to you. Give you a minute. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Roger, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I'm giving Priscilla a moment to reread the document. So Priscilla, how do you vote?
I'm gonna vote no because of number 1.
Okay, and I'm a no, so it's 3 yes, 2 no, motion passes. Okay, And then I guess we're at the end of our agenda, so it's time for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second, thank you. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. We are adjourned at 10:29.